Root Sports is presented by Lexus. The new 2016 Lexus ES and ES Hybrid. It's next level luxury. By Academy Sports and Outdoors, donating $100 for each Astros home run and $200 for each Correa home run to Houston Children's Charity. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide.
Welcome back out to Progressive Field. The Astros currently 3-3 on this 7-game road trip. 1 game to go could make it a winning road trip, but they're going to have to go through Trevor Bauer, who's already got 10 wins this season, looking for his 11th. He's had good numbers against the Astros, and coming up, we're going to dive a little deeper into those numbers. Don't go away. Astros baseball coming up on Root Sports. Four-game set and looking to win this series from Cleveland today. They face some really tough starting pitching, and it doesn't get any easier with Trevor Bauer on the mound for the Tribe. He's going for his 11th win of the season, and our Kubota pitching performance takes a closer look at his career numbers against the Astros, and they are pretty tough for Houston. 4-0 in 4 career starts, and his ERA is pretty filthy, an 0.67. It is hard to find guys who've had any success off of Trevor Bauer. So the lineup going today, they're going to hopefully get him in the strike zone and try to be patient against Trevor Bauer. I'm going to send it up to Ash with more on the lineup.
Thanks a lot, Julia. And Trevor Bauer getting it loose. He has been really tough against the Astros, as good as he's been against everybody else. Blummer, this guy just has dominated in 3 of his four career starts against Houston.
Yeah, he's good. He's got a ton of pitches, too. We only have 4 listed on our scouting report that we have. He has a fastball, throws it in the low to mid 90s, but what he's trying to do throughout the course of these at-bats is going to try and get to that breaking ball. He has a high whiff percentage against that breaking ball. That is his favorite pitch. His ground ball rate has risen almost 10 points between last year and this year, too. So turned himself into a pretty good pitcher in a great rotation here in Cleveland.
For the Astros today, they will line him up. And that lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines, with George Springer in the top spot, followed by shortstop Alex Bregman and Jose Altuve. He's the DH today. With his first home run in the big leagues yesterday, Yuli Gurriel, he's at third. Colby Rasmus also hammered one last night. He's in center. Marwin Gonzalez moves to second base. And the bottom 3, A.J. Reed gets a rare start. He's at first doing the catching. Jason Castro, Tony Kemp, got a big pinch hit last night, is playing in left. And we are set to go. Got some rain in the forecast later on in the afternoon, and both clubs hoping to get this game in. George Springer leads it off, .258 the batting average. Swung the bat well in last night's game. The Astros have taken 2 of 3 in the series. 87 degrees as we get started. Line drive softly hit, but into left field. It's a leadoff single for George Springer. So they get right at Trevor Bauer to start things.
I know that when George goes, this team goes. It's a great start to this ball game against Trevor Bauer. MD Anderson strike zone shows you that just off the outside corner with that little bit of a slider.
Springer had a couple of hits in last night's game, including a double. And so he's aboard. 50-50 in stealing bags this year, 9 of 18. As Bauer brings it to Bregman, up and in with the heater.
Wake up call.
Watching Trevor Bauer get loose for a ball game is kind of a treat in and of itself. Long toss throwing, really gets that arm stretched out and has some unique mannerisms and otherwise while he gets on the mound to loosen up. The 1-0 taken low. 2 balls, no strikes on Alex Bregman. Hitting .262, 7 home runs, hit number 7 here in the series. And as Blummer highlighted last night, 27 RBIs. He has been really good in that category. Had a first inning single last night. Hung one out to center field. Make that Alex Bregman now has a 21 game on base streak. Find that for many guys making their entry into the major leagues. Takes the strike. It's 3-1. During that string of reaching base 21 consecutive times, Alex Bregman is hitting .341, 5 doubles, 7 home runs. And he drives one left center field back at the wall. This one is off the top of the wall. Springer reads it well. He's heading to home. Throw to the plate is not in time as Springer dives to the plate. And the Astros lead it 1-0. RBI double, Alex Bregman.
28 RBIs. Just keep it going, kid. Stay hot.
Batting third for the Astros, the designated hitter number 27, Jose Altuve.
Man, doesn't matter what time these games are starting at. As long as he's got the uniform on and he's hitting 2-hole, he's going to be raking. Got himself in a good hitter's count. Elevated fastball, drove it, almost got it out of here in left center field, but George Springer testing out those hamstrings early. Another beautiful slide.
George does what he does so well this year, scoring runs. He is the leader on the club. Started the day tied for 4th in the American League. Jose Altuve, the DH today, hits one pretty well down the right field side. At the wall, the catch is made. Bregman tags and moves to third base. Very heads up. So with 1 out, the Astros have the 1-0 lead. A man at third, Altuve driving it the other way, and that might be a good sign.
Ball's carrying a little bit. Altuve does have pop going the other way, but Lonnie Chisenhall just drifting and drifting, gets closer to the wall, and Bregman made a great choice in tagging up.
Oh, Trevor Bauer getting touched up. He had made 4 career starts against Houston, 3 of those shutout efforts. And when he was touched for any scoring, just a couple of runs against him. Came in with an .067 ERA against Houston. Yuli Gurriel now with 1 home run in the big leagues. Launched one way out of here to left field last night. 6 RBIs while hitting .318. Infield draws in for the Indians. Chris Gimenez is the catcher today. And just to alert fans, that is the correct pronunciation, Gimenez.
You've gone through the proper chains of command and followed all the protocol. It is Gimenez. Give your Twitter keyboard a relax, morning.
Just enjoy the ball game. 1-0 Houston. Fastball up and in. 2 balls, no strikes. Plummer, you're talking about Gurriel and the really good numbers against right-hand pitching. To me, that's a big plus. When you get a right-hand hitter who handles both the righties and the lefties. Slider grounded to short with the infield drawn in. Bregman has to hold, and out number 2. And the Astros hope that is not a costly out here in the first inning.
Terry Francona's not afraid to play that infield in early. Sometimes that can lead to big innings because you create so many openings for the hitter, but right there it proved to be effective with Gurriel rolling over. But yeah, if you have a hitter, a good hitter in Gurriel who's able to hit both right-handers and left-handers, it makes it a little bit easier because you don't have to play that matchup game.
Yeah, you don't have to play that game where, well, I've got to get some left-handed bats in the order. You just let them go out there and swing it. Colby Rasmus was swinging it last night, pounded his 14th home run. Shift on with Colby. That leaves the one-man Ramirez on the left side, and he is staying near the bag at third base. Probably a couple of reasons to cut down on a lead for Bregman, and always aware of the bunt possibility from Colby Rasmus.
Tell you what, we've seen Colby bunt with 2 strikes. I wouldn't mind seeing Colby bunt a little bit earlier in the count.
I think what happens with Colby is once they get 2 strikes on him, the man on the left side moves deep to shortstop, and he just tries to get that freebie. But one thing he has shown, it's not that easy to drop down a bunt with Major League pitching. Struck out last night trying to bunt with 2 strikes. As a 2-1 count, Trevor Bauer, not as sharp as we normally see him. That home run hit by Rasmus last night, a 2-run job. This is his 3rd start now since coming back after having things taken care of in that inner ear area, and now 3-1.
Good job of being patient.
Colby's hit a couple of home runs in that span, 4 RBIs. There's a look at David Paulino, who's going to make his major league debut today. 3-2 now on Colby, and I'm not sure Colby was buying into that call. Should he?
Wow.
Emphatic call, but on a pitch that was well outside. Jim Joyce, he's the crew chief behind the plate. Chad Fairchild, James Hoy, and Marvin Hudson, the umpires. Diving stop by the shortstop. Lindor gets up and gets the out. Rasmus, everything he had down the line, but Lindor too much on that play. The Astros get 1 in the first inning. Here in the bottom of the first inning, we'll see that lineup for the Indians. Carlos Santana, Jason Kipnis, and Francisco Lindor at the top. In the heart of the order for the Indians, it'll be Mike Napoli, Jose Ramirez, and Lonnie Chisenhall, and then Almonte, Naquin, and Jimenez at the bottom third.
For the Houston Astros, 22-year-old, 6'7", rookie right-handed pitcher David Paulino is out there. He's got himself some good numbers in between AA and AAA. He had a 5-4 record, 2.00 ERA, and the strike to walkout ratio was beautiful. See it there on the bottom, 106 Ks to 19 walks.
Originally drafted by the Detroit Tigers. Came over to Houston in the Jose Veras deal. He's had Tommy John surgery while being in the minor leagues, missed a season. Pitch is drilled to right field over Springer, up against the wall. Santana digs for second and makes it a leadoff double. Well, welcome to the big leagues, David Paulino.
Carlos Santana not wasting much time on the high fastball. Paulino, a big tall guy, 90 miles an hour on that heater, but at that height, you'd like to see him work a little bit more of an angle going downward. Like to call that tilt.
We had heard a lot of tales about mid-90s kind of fastball for Paulino, and yet recently the word has been that the fastball's been in the 88 to 90 range. We'll see how it goes today. And that's what we've seen here today, 88 and 90 on the first couple of fastballs. That curveball misses badly. Jason Kipnis at the plate. Good second baseman, good offensive player, 22 home runs. In the air to center. Drifting to his right into left center field, Rasmus. He'll make the catch. Tagging and bluffing is Santana. And of course, Colby Rasmus, a part of an outfield that leads the major leagues in assists. The Astros have been very good in that regard. On the road trip, a lot of leadoff hitters in innings have been reaching 25 out of 44 times. Don't know if there's something that is going amiss for Astros pitching there, but it has not worked out well.
Yeah, that usually leads to damage.
One out. Francisco Lindor at the plate, and he has created a lot of damage himself. Curveball has missed badly twice. Lindor hitting .320. Not a big guy, but 14 home runs. He's driven in 66. And back at 90 miles an hour, Paulino has the fastball fouled off. Yeah, if you're unable to get that curveball over and your fastball is 88 to 90, you better spot it awfully well. Getaway day for the Astros. Back to Houston. The Chicago Cubs come to town tomorrow. On the ground at first, A.J. Reed will take it to the bag. Second out of the inning, moving to third is Santana. And now the cleanup man, Mike Napoli, comes to the plate.
Might have been the changeup.
That's a pitch that I've heard has been very effective for Paulino.
I just believe as a starter, you got to, if you don't have A++ fastball, curveball, or secondary pitch, it's an A++. You got to have that third pitch, and the changeup is usually a pretty good one.
And from the two curveballs we've seen, maybe it's the second pitch. Yeah. Paulino continues from the stretch and brings a fastball right there for a strike. Paulino has bounced around the minor leagues this year, but making that steady progression forward. A.J. Hinch getting that first look now in a major league ball game. 1-1 the count. Seen some of the very good young arms for the Astros. Michael Feliz, of course, Yandel Gustave. Curveball stays up, is fouled back. 1-2. Napoli leads the Indians in home runs with 31. He's hit 2 here in the series. And 31, a new career high. A guy that some paint as the leader of the Indians. Pop foul back to the seats. Now stays at 1-2. The Astros got the leadoff single from George Springer. Alex Bregman bombed one off the wall in left center field for the double. That's plated Springer. Run number 105 on the year for George. Hot shot right on by that runner at third base. Santana had to do a dance. The Astros have won 4 of the 6 meetings between the clubs. Today, the last time they will meet this year. Well, that curveball has not been sharp. He's not finishing. Strom taking it all in. 2-2 count, 2 outs here in the first. In the air to center, should be easy. Rasmus started back, now in a bit. He'll make the catch, and Paulino gets through the first inning, allows the double, but that man stranded at third base. 1-0 Houston.
Root Sports and the Astros Foundation are joining forces to support USO Houston and Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston by selling bags of autographs, tickets, and more during the September 9th telecast. That's tomorrow. Visit astros.com/charity-game to find out more. Ash.
Thank you, Julia. Saw a little shadow creeping over the field from the first base side today, and I think Julia's all fired up about being in the shade for once during a day game.
Yeah, no doubt.
First.
Well, make it a big day, Julia. That's all we have to say.
What did I say earlier? This is the greatest day of my life. There's shade over the first base side.
You also said the game starting in a second. That was about an hour and 10 minutes before game time, but
I'm a mess today. These noon games.
yeah.
Woo,
Enjoy and stay safe down there, Julia. 1-0 Houston. Marwin Gonzalez leads off and takes a strike. That's a good looking curveball right there. And again, Trevor Bauer has had the Astros number over 4 starts. Julia talked about him being a 10-game winner on the season. Marwin gets his legs taken out from under him.
Wow, he almost did a whole push-up. Man down.
Now that's a wake-up call. Marwin hitting .257. It is 12th home run of the year here in the series. That was a big swing, enabling the Astros to pick up a win in this series. They've taken 2 of 3. They took 1 of 3 in Arlington against the Rangers. So it's that day that says you had a good trip or less than you wanted. If you can go 4 and 3 on this trip, to me that is a very nice trip. Pop up on the left side. Lindor backs to the outfield grass. Out number 1.
Good change up. A.J. Reed in that lineup. We're going to look at his Ford spray chart. Time to expand a little bit. Maybe create a little bit of a hot zone out here. We'll see if Trevor Bauer decides to come on the inside corner too. A.J.
That's one I actually understand right there. I would like for you to elaborate on that one for me, okay?
There's a weather map. Well, they're coming inside.
Yeah,
Maybe that's a good thing.
Bauer misses inside.
Again, a small sample size.
A.J. Reed 0 for his last 16, has a 2-0 count. Are you awake over there, partner?
I'm trying to get my coffee in me, man. I'm with Julia. These 12-10 starts sneak up on you.
I think they're great. We've got a chance to get home. You are actually going home. 2-1 the count. And hopefully no rain this afternoon to mess with the game here at the ballpark. Julia is well attired. She came out of the hotel looking that way today. And
I mean, she said she wasn't going to do her hair today, but good grief.
Hide at this ballpark. It is lightly raining. I'm trying to test it out. I didn't bring an umbrella, so it's my bug mosquito net / umbrella.
Yeah, we had the what'd you call midges last night? Line drive down the left field side. Extra bases for A.J. Reed up against the wall. He's digging for second. Here comes the throw, and he's in there. Jason Kipnis wants his dugout to take a look at this one and maybe review it. But for the moment, a double for A.J. Reed. It comes with 1 out in the 2nd inning.
Every player wants every play reviewed. Great swing. It's one way to expand that hot and cold zone we were just showing. Take that pitch the other way, go with it. I think we're going to see a pretty close play at second base, but a good job of going with that fastball up and away by A.J. Reed. See him trucking towards second base. Well played off the wall by Abraham Almonte.
Ooh, that's a pretty strong arm, too.
Yeah, and I think that with A.J. Reed sliding in with that foot up may have caught the glove coming into the bag.
Yeah, that was maybe the first time I've seen A.J. go that way so effectively.
Tough to tell on that angle.
That is tough to tell if the glove hit the foot coming in. Yeah, you want that lead foot to hit the bag and not to go up and over. There it is, right?
Yeah.
What do you think? Is that changeable?
I see it, but is it enough for New York to turn it over?
Yeah, they are reviewing in New York as we speak. Jason Kipnis saying, I got you, man. Of course, Reed saying, you got to be kidding. It's an out recorded at second base, so it'll be a single, and 7-4 on the putout. And the second out of the inning. That was pretty close. If nothing else, the Astros learned that Almonte in left field has a strong arm.
Relatively decent arm, yeah. I appreciate the effort making that second out, trying to get into scoring position early in the game. Not too bad. It's close play.
2 outs, bases empty for Jason Castro. Castro went 1 for 3 with a double in last night's game. He's hit safely in his, or rather in 7 of his last 8 games. Fly ball to right center field. Moving to his right, Chisenhall. He'll make the catch, and that'll do it. The Astros get the hit, but leave nobody. 1-0 Houston.
Join the Astros at Minute Maid Park this Saturday when they take on the Cubs. 10,000 fans will get a George Springer outfield wall catch bobblehead presented by Nolan Ryan Beef. For more info, visit Astros.com or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Alex Bregman making another start at shortstop. Guys, Carlos Correa is still not with the team. Of course, he flew back yesterday to Houston to be further evaluated with the left shoulder inflammation, but they are hoping that he will play this weekend against the Cubs.
Thanks, Julia, and we certainly hope that starts with tomorrow night's game. That's a big series coming up, but Astros just getting done with 3 in Arlington with the Rangers, 4 here with the first place Indians, who had won 6 straight coming in. And then the Cubs come to town, followed by the Texas Rangers. Joe Musgrove has the start tomorrow night against John Lester. Yeah, we know the Cubs have been good. They have the best record in all of baseball. They're 89-50. We're talking about a team. Don't know if the Cubs are playing today, but trying to get to 40 games over. Fly ball to center field. Jose Ramirez flies out to start the inning. Carlos Correa. This is kind of what went wrong.
Well, a couple days before, we saw Carlos Correa making a fantastic play in the hole, laying out, diving, catching it with that left arm. Kind of aggravated it right there, but I think that's the one that maybe sent him over the top as far as the pain factor in sending him back to Houston, get that thing checked out. But apparently things are possibly okay, and hopefully Astro fans will be able to see him back at Minute Maid Park in that big series against the Cubs.
Lonnie Chisenhall at the plate, swinging it well, slices one into left field. Second hit now for the Indians. A man aboard with 1 out for Abraham Almonte. Ballpark starting to fill in a little bit. We've had crowds of 13, 11, and 12. Really a shame with this first place Indians club. Paulino misses with the fastball. Up to 92 now with that heater. Almonte, a switch hitter. And the Indians again have 4 switch hitters in the lineup today. They've done that now for a 3rd time in the series. Last night they had 3 switch hitters. There's the breaking ball. 1-2 the count. Almonte has hit .265 against righties this year. Chops one first base side and foul. He has not been a hot hitter in recent times on the homestand for Almonte. 6 for 23. Does have 4 doubles, however, among those 6 hits. Much better looking curveball now with Almonte at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Houston area product Tyler Naquin waiting on deck. And the major league debut of David Paulino. Surrendered a leadoff double in the 1st inning, but then got out of things, getting the next 3 hitters. On the ground is short. Bregman, Marwin, and they get the double play. First turn on the afternoon. And David Paulino threw 2 innings with no damage against him. 1-0 Houston. Had come to the plate. George Springer led off with a base hit and scored on a double by Alex Bregman. That's the scoring to this point. 3 hits for Houston, 2 for the Indians. And David Paulino talking about what he is doing now in the major league start. Curveball has gotten better.
That is good news. The velocity picking up a little bit at that last pitch in that last inning was 93 miles an hour. It's at 94 on the gun here at Progressive. Pretty good turn up the middle between Bregman and Gonzalez, 2 guys that don't normally play side by side up the middle too.
Tony Kemp had a pinch hit base hit last night in the 9th inning. He's actually had pretty quality at bats when he has gotten the chance to play. Hitting .229. Good looking curveball from Bauer. It's 0-2. The Astros start the day 9 games over 500, 74-65. They're in 2nd place in the American League West. The big story is the wild card chase. The Astros 2 games back, 1 game behind the Tigers. And there's been a lot of focus on this 13-game stretch of baseball against first-place teams.
You know, yesterday was a little bit of bad news, good news. Bad news, they lost the game. Good news is everybody else did too.
Well, you don't pick up ground, but you don't lose ground, and a win today would go a long ways to making sure the club is not losing ground, maybe even picking up ground during this 13-game stretch.
Yeah, that's the bad news too, is you try and make up ground.
Kemp backs away, takes strike 3. First out here in the 3rd inning.
Trevor Bauer has been working some of these left-handed hitters inside. Here's a look at the American League wild card. Toronto Blue Jays on atop, kind of flipping and flopping between Baltimore, Boston, and Toronto at the top. Detroit Tigers lost last night. Therefore, the Astros are only a game behind them. The Yankees refuse to go away.
They've been much better since they unloaded some of the veteran pricey talent. In the air left field. Almonte comes on to make the play. So just one pitch to get Springer. That's 2 down here in the 3rd inning. It brings up Alex Bregman.
Number 2, Alex Bregman.
Yeah, it's kind of a, well, it's a cool race to follow, that American League East, where Boston and Toronto have kind of gone back and forth leading the division. Right now it's the Red Sox. But whoever is not leading the division falls into that wild card category. Bregman takes a curveball that looked pretty good. I think Bauer thought so too. The only guy that didn't like it was Jim Joyce.
Is the pitch ever too good?
Oh, absolutely. You've seen a few of those.
I have.
2-0 the count.
It gets real quiet when you're at the plate and the pitch comes right into the strike zone and it's called a ball. Everybody just kind of goes, huh?
I know I had those times where I absolutely anticipated the strike call and it didn't come, and you're thinking, oh, thank you very much. 3-0 now on Bregman. You think Bregman has already become a guy that opposing pitchers are concerned about how they pitch?
I think they are very aware of him. And they're trying to figure out how to attack him. Usually pitchers are looking for something in the swing that you can say, oh, I can attack him with this pitch or that pitch, but Bregman's so quiet and compact up there. What I mean by quiet is that there's not a real big load, not a big hitch in that swing. The head on Alex stays still, so that means he's seeing the ball a little bit longer than most hitters who have those big loads. Ooh.
Very close, but Bregman gets the coin flip, draws the walk. It comes with 2 outs and brings up Jose Altuve.
It allows him to have very good ABs, and we already talked about the confidence that that kid has.
Yeah, we have not from day one seen any indication that he's intimidated about playing here. 4 for 15 in the series for Altuve. Has not been hot. He has not been hot over the past couple of weeks. But we've seen moments. He grounds one foul. Leads the league in hitting. Got 189 hits now. 3 more to get to 200 for a 3rd consecutive year. Michael Young, the last guy to turn that trick. He did it 5 times. Ichiro, he's been the standard setter. He had 200 or more hits 10 consecutive seasons.
It's ridiculous. And not like 200 on the nose every year. It's
right.
Well over 200.
262 was the high water mark. Ground ball hit to 3rd. Well, Jose's done that a lot here on the trip. Force play at 2nd. That'll do it. The Astros leave a man. We played 2.5 with Houston, leading it 1-0.
and Outdoors and the Houston Astros are hitting home runs for Houston. These are Indian home runs. All-time home run leaders for these Cleveland Indians. Some great names on here. Jim Thome, Albert, or Joey if you prefer it, Bell, Manny Ramirez. A couple of guys Ash hung out with. I couldn't help it. I was trying to get through that.
I'm
Sorry.
so done with you.
It's good. It's getaway day, huh?
Yeah.
Some
Yeah,
good
no,
names. That's a lot of home runs, too.
I hope you get on that scheduled flight tonight and head back west.
Well, if not, I'm going to be with you again, going back to
That's
Houston.
exactly why I want to see you on that flight.
Well played. 1-0 Allen.
Not exactly. I think I'm well behind already. 8-9-1 coming up for the Indians. Tyler Naquin out of Spring, Texas. Attended Texas A&M. He's been a first-round draft pick, and now this year steps in as the center fielder for the Cleveland Indians and has done a whale of a job. And he's killed it here in Cleveland, hitting .348. David Paulino with a 2-1 count. Been steadily picking up velocity with the heater, and the curveball looks much better.
Maybe a little bit of nerves in that first inning. 22 years old.
6'7". So he's got the chance of creating a real nice angle.
There we go.
Well, that is a nice looking hook there.
It's like a true 12-6 too.
3-2. Naquin leading off the third. Catcher Chris Jimenez waits on deck. Even at 92 versus that 90-mile-an-hour range we saw in the first inning, it looks much tougher for the hitters now to get to. The Indians had a leadoff double from Santana in the first inning, but he was stranded. Leadoff walk to Naquin. He's aboard as Jimenez comes to the plate.
Talking about velocity, and I think you were a very good fastball hitter if I remember correctly. It's like 88 to 90, 91 even. Didn't really have to make an adjustment or panic. I didn't feel like I was going to get beat by that type of fastball. It was at 93 to 95, 96 mile an hour area where I was like, okay, there's a little bit of concern here for me.
You know, when you're taking batting practice, you've got a coach or whoever moved up from the rubber, so they're well shy of the 60 feet, and the velocity feels in a game with adrenaline added. If you're seeing a guy 88 to 90, it kind of feels like batting practice a little bit.
Yeah.
You just automatically fit into that slot.
It's amazing how that, that difference in velocity allows you to, or at least gives you the impression that you're seeing the ball just a little bit longer. Takes away that panic.
0-1 the count on Jimenez. Curveball foul down the right side. Paulino gets in front. Paulino's kind of in between with that curveball right now. When he throws one really well, it's low. And then to get it in for a strike, it's a little bit of a launch job where it starts upward out of the hand.
It's another leadoff man on against the Astros too, by the way.
Yeah, that stat is, it's alarming. We've had 2 of the 3 innings today with the leadoff man getting on. And you always keep in mind with the Indians, they run very well. Lead the league in stolen bases. Naquin, though, has only stolen 4 in 7 tries. And there's that curveball in the dirt. 2-2 the count. Jason Castro with a nice job. The Indians, for me, are a little bit deceiving when you look through their lineup. Got some nice names, but you don't see reason to feel like they're going to score a ton of runs. And yet they're now 3rd in the league in runs scored. They are 3rd in batting average as a club. In the air to center. Colby Rasmus glides back into his right. Almost straight away makes the catch. First out of the inning, back to the top of the order. Switch hitter Carlos Santana will stand in. Double in the first inning.
Yeah, the Indians are interesting. They don't have that, one of those big, huge boppers. I know that Napoli's in the middle of this lineup, has a career high 31 home runs, but you can't take a nap on them either. You got to pitch them pretty good, because they're, even though they're not the big names or those guys that you fear completely, you got to respect them, because if you give them some pitches to hit, they'll get their knocks and drive in some runs.
Runner goes. The pitch, a curveball in the dirt. Throw down is a bit high and late. Naquin picked a good pitch to run on, and has his 5th stolen base of the year. And that's number 111 for the Tribe.
Castro actually did a pretty good job on that. Decent jump, but again, pick the right pitch to run on. Give yourself a better opportunity.
Naquin now in scoring position. With the double in the first inning, Carlos Santana hitting .244. Ground ball right side, shift on. Marwin is right there. Second out of the frame, moving into third is Naquin. It'll bring up Jason Kipnis.
Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices with MLB.TV Premium. This includes a free subscription to AppBat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
David Paulino checking around with his infield. Now this would be some kind of 4-game series for the Astros if they can come in and win 3. And there's that really good looking curveball, but missing low on Kipnis. Kipnis flied to center, his only at bat. One and one the count.
I tell you what, if the Astros are able to pull off a 3 out of 4 game series here in Cleveland, just feeds into that theory that Arlington is the kryptonite for the Houston Astros.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Every team has a club that they struggle against that may seem like an oddity. Every team has a club that they play well against. Philadelphia, or rather Cleveland, is 0-3 against the Phillies this year. No logical way to explain that. Chopper on that big curveball. The Indians are 11-1 against the Tigers.
Wow.
Imagine Brad Ausmus and the Tigers trying to figure out what is wrong when they play Cleveland.
It's incredible.
Little half swing. Kipnis gets a piece. 1-2 the count. These Indians, though, a team that's had a 14-game winning streak this year. A team that is 80-58. Is 8-8 against the Minnesota Twins. And you know that fans and front office people with the Indians are trying to figure out why such an unusual year. My contention is that it's fairly normal.
Every year is going to bring something different. All the projections and analytics, I mean, those things are just going to happen.
Kipnis again grounds one foul.
That's why you play. We talk about it all year long too, the timing of when you play these ball clubs. Maybe you go in there and face that team, they're scuffling, they're beat up, they got guys on the DL.
To me, that's a big part of why you hit really well against a particular pitcher or why you don't. You find hot spells in the air left center field, and this is in the gap at the base of the wall. That scores a run. Into second is Kipnis as Rasmus gets it back in. It's a 1-1 tie. RBI double Jason Kipnis.
Pretty good AB. That was that curveball left out over the plate, but Kipnis has seen a couple in this AB, fouled him off, got one he liked, and drove it off that left field wall. Looks like a gap shot just because of the way the Astros are set up out there, but you can see Tony Kemp well over towards the line and shallow, forcing Kipnis to have to hit the ball hard to get that knock.
David Paulino has given up his first run in the major leagues. And now the three-hitter Francisco Lindor at the plate, hitting .319. Lindor grounded out to first base against Paulino in the first. I'm sure you caught it, but the Indians earlier this year won 14 consecutive games. Two balls, no strikes. They appeal down to third, and it is 1-1 as they get the thumbs up. Marvin Hudson with that call. The Indians won a walk-off game on June 17th against the White Sox. They walked one off 2 days later, and that started the string of 14 consecutive wins, the last of which was on July 1st. And I don't know, is there logic with momentum in a city? The Cavs had just won the World Championship.
It was interesting, the timing of all that throughout the course of the season for the Indians.
Ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. Lindor drives in a run. Big turn at first base. He is challenging Colby Rasmus and continues to do so. Rasmus now walks it in, but the Indians have taken a 2-1 lead. And the run's coming with 2 outs here in the third inning.
There it is, just over the left field corner. That's actually down by the hotel, having that banner up, recognizing the Cavaliers as the 2016 NBA champions. Just outside the left field wall area is the Q, or Quicken Loans Arena, where all that went down. But there is definitely a different vibe in this city because they have that championship under their belt.
Mike Napoli at the plate. Fly to center to end the first inning. David Paulino bounces one to first. Four hits now for Cleveland. Cloudy skies here in Cleveland. Nothing ominous looking right now, but again, rain is supposed to come in later this afternoon. Another inning where the opposition for the Astros finds a way to get the leadoff man on. A walk to Tyler Naquin, and the Indians have taken advantage, scoring 2 here in the frame. Napoli not going to get cheated. had stories about opening day this year. Napoli coming in from the Boston Red Sox and setting a tone for the Indians players. It was cold, but to Mike Napoli it wasn't all that cold. He was in short sleeves, and I think a lot of the guys were thinking, we can't play in this weather today, and he basically let them know, what are you talking about? It's not cold. We're going to go play baseball. And kind of one of those tough guys that probably has set a very good tone for the club. Lindor bluffs down at first. This one is hit hard, but foul down the left field side.
Yeah, let's go into the front door at Quicken Loans Arena.
Could be the back door. He has mashed a couple of home runs in the series, and he might have gotten more of this one than the other two. That is a noisy sounding bat he's swinging. One and two with 2 outs here in the third inning. 2 runs in. Lindor has been bluffing down at first base, has the attention of Paulino. Pitch out for the Astros. And that pitch, though high, was fairly close to that outside corner. AJ obviously felt that Lindor was going to be on the move.
Good time to do it in a 1-2 count. You don't lose the AB by falling behind.
Curveball got a piece of Napoli. He just turned and the ball brushed him going by. It's a hit batter putting runners at first and second. 30 pitches here in the inning.
I used to love getting hit by pitches with 2 strikes on me. Doing me a favor.
Kind of a freebie, right?
Oh yeah.
And watching Napoli take that turn correctly back toward the catcher. Just a little grazing of the left shoulder area. Castro and Paulino talking it over.
Tell you what, this bullpen has been active this series for the Houston Astros, if not for the last 7 days. Keep talking about it. They have yet to get a starter go past the 5th inning in the last 7 days.
And that bullpen getting loose for the Astros. Brady Rogers, right-hander, loosens in the pen. Jose Ramirez at the plate. Switch hitting third baseman for the Indians has done a great job. And there are some here who feel like he has been their MVP this year.
Not having Michael Brantley in that lineup all year long. They were probably wondering how they were going to replace that kind of offense. It's tough to replace that kind of leadership, but the offense is what they really wanted. And Jose Ramirez has been that guy to be a little bit of a stopgap this year.
Ball and 2 strikes.
I think any successful team is going to have that 1 or 2 guys that just overachieve. Not that Jose Ramirez isn't capable, but he definitely stepped up this year for the Indians.
Sometimes in doing so, a guy becomes a better player for the future because he's been given that challenge. Half swing. They appeal. Palms down at third base as the runners move up 90 feet. It's now runners at second and third. It is a wild pitch. David Paulino having his struggles here in the third. Ball appeared to clip maybe a part of that glove of Jason Castro. You want to keep that down and deep in between the legs. Again, wild pitch. So 2 runners in scoring position and a 2-2 count. First base open. Lonnie Chisenhall waiting on deck. Hit sharply, but foul down the left field side. And I think that young lady is very glad she's here. Paulino again working with the 3-2 count. And ball 4. So the bases are loaded now. 2 runs in, and Lonnie Chisenhall will hit in this situation. There's the last 7 games that Blummer was mentioning.
Oh boy.
Brett Strom going out to the hill.
And they've been winning ball games too, and I think you got to give a lot of credit to that bullpen. It's just how long can you keep going to those guys before they flame out a little bit. There's got to be some fatigue in those arms here in the early parts of September, but somewhere in that rotation you've got to find 2 or 3 guys that are able to get past that 5th inning, get into that 6th inning, if not later. And again, AJ's had to pull those guys relatively early to keep those guys in ball games.
It really is difficult, and I think it's unappreciated a lot of times by maybe some folks, how hard it is to keep coming in for the bullpen guys day after day. It wears on the arm.
Yeah, not everybody's available every night.
And again, very misunderstood, I think, by a lot of folks. Why not this guy on a given day? But there's always that conversation. And the skipper and pitching coach, they know who's available on any given game.
We always talk about high leverage situations. Sometimes earlier in the game is that high leverage situation, but then again, you still have plenty of game left to play, and then who do you go to?
Freddie Rogers continues to loosen. We've seen him make his major league debut, and he's learned how difficult it can be here. Chisenhall does have a grand slam. Good curveball to start it. Chisenhall had a base hit in the 2nd.
Pitch to get ahead.
Fastball up in the zone at 92, fouled back, and the count at 0-2. Big out to get. Paulino tries with the curveball. That's 40 pitches here in the inning.
Pretty aggressive with that breaking ball here recently in this inning.
Back to the curveball. Count stays at 1-2. Chisenhall has 8 home runs on his year. Fouls it to the left side. And a reminder again, these Indians are third best in the league in team batting average. So they'll keep coming at you. One offensive category that the Indians don't dominate in, that would be the home run ball. They're 10th in the league, led by Mike Napoli. In the dirt, this one kicks away. Jason Castro thinks something is amiss here. The pitch has allowed 2 runs to score if it goes as a wild pitch.
There's another runner out there, by the way. Wow, and Jim Joyce just steps in right in the middle of the play.
3 Indians have touched home plate. Now the question is, does this get changed to a foul ball? Jim Joyce, in the way he handled this, has allowed 3 Indians to touch home plate.
Well, the 3rd Indian's coming in to score, and he goes timeout and goes out to the middle of the mound and asks for some help. But that was a bizarre play all the way around.
If this is a foul ball, it's nothing but a foul ball. Otherwise, the umpires almost have no recourse here, and it certainly would be good for the Astros if this is ruled as the foul ball.
On our Mattress Firm Supermore, watch the bounce in the bat. That made contact with the bat.
So it absolutely should be a foul ball. And the umpires,
oh my goodness,
not a single one of them apparently has said, yeah, I saw it hit the bat. But again, I will say, and I'll lead it off by saying it's good for the Astros, but they have no recourse because Indian runners just kept on coming.
There's got to be a way to review this, right?
You would think so.
I mean, we're not playing cricket here.
What are the umpires saying as they huddle right now?
Not one guy saw that?
Not one has been able to say in the group there that, hey, yeah, I saw it hit the bat. So they're just guessing right now.
Well, and the wood bat makes a distinct sound against a baseball. You know, if that ball hits Castro, you know, it's a little more of a muted sound. Off the wood bat, that's unbelievable.
The runners are going to be.
They're going to put the runners back, and this ball hit the bat. You got to be kidding me.
No, wait a minute.
How is this possible?
They're going back out to the base. Well,
no, he pointed to home plate twice and said the runner goes back to third. So he's allowing 2 runs to score. This is unbelievable.
This is unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Here, get some sound.
Well,
no, there's nothing there, but we clearly saw it on the replay. This is unbelievable.
Why would this not be up for replay? That's just absolutely crazy. It could not be more evident than what we saw right there.
I'll tell you what.
Now, I don't know if there's a stipulation that says you cannot review a pitch.
Well, I think apparently there is, or else AJ would have had this thing reviewed in a heartbeat.
See, and AJ's saying, look, you just allowed 2 runs to score.
If I'm Terry Francona, I'm coming out there and arguing, saying, why'd you interrupt the play? My 3rd runner would have scored easy.
Yeah. See, that to me is the thing. How does an umpire suddenly call timeout in the midst of runners running the bases?
That was a complete debacle.
Yeah, this has been.
AJ's not going to be in this game. You just might as well enjoy your time arguing right here because he is not going to. There it is.
Yeah, it's been completely botched by an umpiring crew.
It's a shame that AJ gets ejected for something like that because he is out there making a case for a play that he knows happened. There's about 15,000 people in this stadium that know that that happened, and Jim Joyce completely blew it along with his buddies out there in the blue shirts. That's astonishing.
Jim Joyce is known as a good guy among the players, but he and his 3 umpire counterparts here this afternoon didn't see this play, and it's turned into an absolute mess.
Number one, I can't believe it's a shame that AJ has to leave this ball game. He's going to get fined. This is truly remarkable. They're pulling out the headsets and they're going to go look at it. But I can't believe AJ's getting ejected before this, because he should be able to be brought back into play, because that was an absolutely atrocious call.
Well, at least the umpires are going to review this. And when they get done with this, and it shouldn't take long, the runners are going to go back. It's a foul ball. There is just no other way to see this.
Oh, man.
And I think with the reputation of Jim Joyce, he wants to get this right.
Listen, I'm all great guy, personality. That's wonderful. That's great. It makes for a good time at the yard when everything's going hunky-dory. But when you blow a call like this, my gosh. And it's not just Jim Joyce. There's 3 other guys out there that were watching the same game, I thought.
Yeah, and to me, that wasn't umpires getting together and saying, no, I saw it hit the catcher. It was just umpires saying, no, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. How about you? This should not take this long. Simple as can be. One view, the ball hits, just centers up on the bat. Trey Hillman, by the way, is now going to manage for the Astros.
Okay, so
and the runners go back.
Why are they only moving 1 runner? What are we doing?
He moved 3. He just.
No, he didn't.
Yep, I think he did.
No, he told Ramirez to go back to second base. That means Napoli goes in. They're only allowing 1 run to score. Now Francona's coming into play, and still the right call has not been made.
Well,
this is a blocked punt.
I thought I saw 3 points from Jim Joyce there.
I did not. Francona is arguing the fact that all 3 of his guys probably should have scored because they shut it down in between. But he's allowing the 2 runs to score. Jose Ramirez is going back to second base.
Now there's no way in New York they said this was not a foul ball.
Well, what they were doing in New York is reviewing where the runners were at.
So Major League Baseball apparently has a stipulation that says you can't review what, a pitch?
A foul tip?
And if that's the case, Major League Baseball is saying, okay, we're gonna cover our eyes here. Yeah, it was a foul ball, but we're going to allow 2 runs to score on this foul ball. Okay, you're right. Only 1 base runner has to go back out there. I thought I saw 3 points from Joyce, but that must not have been the case.
Watch where the runners are at. See, Jose Ramirez is like, oh, that's a foul ball. I'm not going anywhere. Now watch when Joyce comes out from, he calls timeout, and Ramirez has not made it to second base. So that's what they were looking at on the replay.
This to me is a travesty. So it's 4-1.
Well, it's a shame that the tool is there and you can't use it. Well, see you in the offseason when we have the rules committee meeting.
Just imagine if this comes down to causing the Astros, for example, not to make the postseason. Broken bat liner that's handled by Marwin, and that finally does it in the 3rd inning as 4 runs go on the board, and that is a crying shame. Wow.
Astros, and as expected, guys, lots of confusion in the Astros dugout in between innings here, asking each other questions, trying to figure out why that wasn't reviewed in the first place and what the call was there. So they're still talking it over, and they likely will be until this game is over.
Thanks, Julia. Well, there should be confusion. The umpires, in effect, called timeout in the middle of a play. They ruled no foul ball and then called timeout in the middle of a play. Either 3-run score or no run score on that play. And it should have been none on a foul ball. Yuli Gurriel at the plate.
Gosh, that, oh man. And that just fuels the replay fire. Man.
Hit hard to left field. Gurriel has driven one to the wall and beyond. Second major league home run for Yuli Gurriel. And the Astros put one on the board quickly. It's now 4-2, Indians on top.
They're going to go to the replay. Huh. Sorry. Too early?
Well, that previous half inning is so absurd that no, I will say not too early.
It's a tie ball game.
Time for a Bank of America League alert. As we look at the celebration, the Astros have 2 runs today. It's equal to the number they scored in 4 previous starts against Trevor Bauer. And again, his 4 starts, 3 of those resulted in scoreless efforts, and then 2 runs in 1 game against him. So the Astros doing much better here this afternoon. You know, we waited for a while to see if Gurriel had the long ball power. We have learned quickly that he does. Shift on for Rasmus. Ground ball to the first baseman. Santana goes to the bag. First out here in the inning. Yeah, last thing we want to do is harp on about it, but when a play is so clear on replay, it's an absolute shame that that's not able to be used, or whatever the ruling is.
A lot of people asking about this game being played under protest. I'm not sure if that's even possible.
I don't think so.
No.
Fly ball hit to left center field. Marwin drives it pretty well, as backing to make the play is Naquin. You could see the glasses gleaming.
Now stepping to the plate for the Astros, the first baseman, A.J. Reed.
First baseman A.J. Reed stands in. And a good looking at bat in the second inning. He lined one down the left field side. It wound up a single. He was thrown out at second base, originally ruled safe. But replay apparently got that one right. With the base hit, AJ snaps an 0 for 16. He's hitting 176. (4-2) Tribe here in the 4th inning. That half swing goes through. Reed down on strikes. Second strikeout recorded by Trevor Bauer. He gets through the 4th inning, but not before Yuli Gurriel launches one. It's 4-2.
to Indians. 2016 Coca-Cola Astros Buddies memberships are on sale now for only $25. Buddies members get a voucher for 4 tickets to an Astros game, VIP access to Kids Run the Bases, exclusive autograph sessions, and more. Memberships for kids up to 12 years old are available by visiting astros.com/buddies. Ashton Blummer, to continue the conversation you were having about seeing this bullpen for the Astros a whole lot on this road trip. You know, A.J. Hinch was asked last night about a particular matchup later in the game, and then he told us how unavailable the bullpen really was. There's a lot of arms down there, but they're not exactly ready to go every single night because of how much they've been used. And last night he was without a lot of guys. Today probably the same, but it's not just if you don't see these pitchers the day before, that's not how far back the skipper is looking. He's 4 out of 6. He's 4 out of 5. He's looking, you know, how many guys or how many days and how many pitches these guys have thrown in the last week. All of that goes into it, guys.
Dead on, Julia.
It's a great explanation.
Again, manager walks around the clubhouse and the field every day as the Indians bat here in the bottom of the 4th inning, leading at 4-2. The manager will find out from every pitcher, are you ready tonight? Or I'm not going to use you tonight. We're not going to challenge your arm to this extent. And so, though you may see a roster of X number of names in the bullpen, X may not be the number of guys that are available for tonight's game. Abraham Almonte, the 7-hitter, leads it off. Grounded into a double play in the 2nd inning. And a new man on the mound, Brady Rogers, picks it up here in the 4th inning. So Paulino goes just 3 today. And we have seen a real mess of a call already in the game. Drive left field, back at the wall. That gets up on the top of the wall. They have ruled it a home run. Third base umpire making the call. And so Almonte, who had stopped at second base, will head on to third at home plate and give the Indians their 5th run of the day. Abraham Almonte, just his 2nd home run. So Brady Rogers gets touched immediately by Almonte. And now Tyler Naquin will stand in. Trey Hillman, the acting manager now for the Astros, has questions about this home run. And I believe the umpires will review this one. Apparently,
and we go to the tape. Don't ask anybody else on the field.
Yeah, well, we know that this is reviewable.
Sorry, I'm getting a little fired up.
What is not fully understood is what rule is in place that apparently made that foul ball unreviewable.
We'll look at the replay on this home run. Tough to see it there on the top by that T-Mobile sign. This will be a better look on the ball coming down towards that outfield wall. There is a railing out there. Looks like it hit on the top of that yellow pad. And hey, they got it right.
So it will be ruled a double. And so a review here keeps a run off the board for the Indians. A lack of review in the previous inning put 3 runs on the board for the Tribe.
And to their credit, that was a pretty quick review. And again, you know, going back to that ridiculous play that we saw last inning that allowed 2 runs to come in, that has created that 2-run lead for the Indians. You cannot protest that call. That call stands.
Yeah, I said 3 runs. It was 2 because 1 was left out on the bases. But the fact that they said 2 runs can score on this play is a joke in and of itself.
It is.
That's timeout being called in the middle of a play, and you can't do that.
That was wrong all the way around. But when they went to review, the review was to see where to put Jose Ramirez when Jim Joyce interrupted a live play by calling timeout.
Which can't be done. Yeah.
Well,
right. Ground ball on the right side. Marwin backhands and throws on the run to get the out. 1 down in the inning. Almonte moves to third base as the 9-hitter Chris Jimenez comes to the plate.
Nice play by Marwin.
Well, they cannot review. The umpires cannot. Ball and strike calls.
There you go. That's the explanation.
But does that change when a guy fouls it or doesn't? And apparently it doesn't.
for the time being.
4 umpires got together and all decided they didn't see the foul ball. Infield draws in for Houston. It is still 4-2. And as much as this is a big game for the Astros, the Indians and their fans feel it's a big game for the Tribe as well. The Indians have a 5.5 game lead in the American League Central to start the day. The Astros are 2 out in the wild card. Breaking ball for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike on Jimenez. Leadoff man Carlos Santana waits on deck. Inside corner, it's 1-2. With that infield drawn in, Gurriel at third base is actually playing probably a couple of steps back of what you would consider all the way in.
So getting back to the, I can't help it. My brain is fried over this call, but you're talking about you can't argue balls and strikes or review them. Correct. Can you review a foul ball?
That's what I presented.
Now,
yeah.
if a ball is hit down on third base line, it's called fair, but it definitely went foul. You can review that, correct?
Not a ball at the bag, I don't believe.
No, I'm talking about a ball down
over
the
the
left field
bag.
line. You can argue, you can review whether or not the ball was fair or foul.
An airborne ball, I believe so.
That was a foul ball.
Yeah. I guess what we could have done is try to review, was that a fair ball or a foul ball?
Yeah, why not? I mean, it depends on how you phrase it.
I think we had a 50-50 chance of it being called foul. 3-2 now. But then that leaves open the chance that they might have called it a fair ball.
Today, who knows?
Three-two pitch. Strike 3 called. Jimenez caught looking. Second out in the inning. And now the top of the order with Carlos Santana.
Kind of had that running action coming back towards the plate. It's going to take more than a strike call to make up for the call last inning.
Carlos Santana has doubled into at-bats.
I wonder if Brad Ausmus is going to call the league office and protest the game for the Astros.
Means a lot to the Tigers, doesn't it?
Still plenty of game left. The Astros could jump back in this.
Well, they jumped right back with Gurriel's second major league home run.
Keep that runner at third base.
Two 2-0 the count. Yeah, for me, it seems to be an obvious that the umpires should have the ability to have it reviewed. Did the bat hit a particular pitch or not? To me, that's not questioning ball and strike.
Well, you review if a pitch hit the guy.
Pitch is fouled back above us.
You know, a hit by pitch that's questioned, you can go back and review that. Why not a foul tip?
Now, you're not asking, was this a ball or strike? You're asking, did the hitter hit this ball and impair the defense? In this case, Castro. Seems absolutely obvious to me. Three balls and a strike. Brady Rogers in his first inning of work. Second outing in the major leagues now. And the walk to the leadoff man. Runners at the corners. 2 outs for Jason Kipnis. Kipnis had a big double in the 3rd inning. Yeah, you know, somebody mentions on Twitter they do review, did a ball hit the knob of the bat or the hand? That's a really good point.
It's a great call.
Yeah. But you can't review, did the ball hit the bat or was it a wild pitch? That just
Well,
and this one was so obvious.
well, that's the problem for me too. As much as we want to put this on Jim Joyce at home plate, there's a lot going on around the dish. Got the catcher in front of him, but there are 3 more guys out there looking straight on at the play.
Why did one of them not have the ability to say, yeah,
Exactly.
you know what, that hit the bat? Brent Strom going out to the mound. But when they huddled up, you could see it was trouble. We're in the 4th inning, 4-2 the Indians lead. And it has not gone smoothly to this point. I believe the rule is you cannot replay fair or foul unless it passes first or third. And that's what I'm saying. On a ground ball over the bag, you can't review that. On a ball in the air past the bag, then you can review.
Can you just rule or review based on egregious of how bad the call was?
Well, this one would have been up there 10 on that 10 scale. Yeah, you hate to just kind of sit and keep grousing over it, but it was so obvious.
There's not too many umpires that are going to admit to that.
Yeah. Three and 1 the count on Kipnis. 3-hitter Francisco Lindor waits on deck. Back-to-back walks. That loads him up. And now Lindor at the plate.
Rogers has got to find a way to get on those edges. So you're in the meat of this order right now. Bases loaded, 2 outs. You'd like to keep this game right where it's at, not let it get out of control. We talked about it's only the bottom of the 4th inning. There's still plenty of game left, but another starter knocked out for the Houston Astros before that 5th inning. Asking a lot of this bullpen. We talked about how pesky these Cleveland Indians can be. Not a lot of home runs, but they have great at bats, create situations with base runners.
Yeah, another good point. The moment that Jim Joyce called timeout, he basically was admitting that he didn't know what the call should be.
But I don't know what instinct tells you to shut down a live play as an umpire.
I don't know.
And by the way, everybody tweeting us, love it.
Roller slowly hit left side. Bregman tries to barehand. Can't make the play. 2 runs will score on an infield single if that's what they rule it. And Lindor with a big smile following that one.
That many runners on base, you'd like to see the glove being used, but Alex Bregman trying to make a big play to get Brady Rogers out of this mess he's in. Went for the bare hand. It's part of being young and aggressive. He makes that play, we give him all the kudos in the world. But that is an extremely tough play considering the situation with all the base runners on base.
It is a base hit. And more importantly, it's 6-2 Indians now. Runners at first and second. Still 2 outs. Michael Feliz gets loose in the Astros pen. One and one on Napoli. Just the 4th inning. And we have seen a lot going on in this one. One and two. Lindor with that little dribbler infield single, plating a pair. And Lindor has had a big series with the bat. Foul ball may have gone right into the booth with Robert Ford and Steve Sparks. I believe it did.
Chested up.
Not on Robert.
Getting word from Matt Bolts. Thumbs down. Bobble. Robert Ford. E. Robert. Or E. Play-by-play.
The 1-2 once again. In the air to right. George Springer backs. That's going to do it. 30 pitches needed in that half frame. We played 4 innings, 6-2. The Indians lead it. Quote of the day comes from Mike Hargrove, former Major League player, longtime manager on 10 Cent Beer Night. They were just uncontrollable beasts. I've never seen anything like it except in a zoo. The Rangers won that one. Umpires called the game in the 9th inning as there were about, I think there were 30,000 plus fans there that night, and I think 25,000 of them wound up on the field at the end of the game. And it became a real nasty place to be. I was on the field. I believe I had the last hit of that game.
Nice.
Yeah, standing at first base.
When the zoo showed up?
The zoo was there all night. The gates just didn't lock. And they were let out at that point. It was back in the day of a lot of ugly stuff going on. Fans coming on the field, and
That's just you're begging for problems.
Yeah. Trevor Bauer has been spotted a 6-2 lead. A line drive here is caught, so Jason Castro stings it, but comes up empty. 1 out in the 5th inning. Yeah, we had wow. Had a lot of folks out on the field, and a lot of them were not fully clothed. This is where it started in right field. Jeff Burrows, the right fielder, had his hat taken. Dave Duncan came running out, and it got really, really ugly.
Man. Is that Billy Martin throwing dirt in the stands?
Probably.
Oh.
But it was ruled in the end a forfeit. 3-0.
So that hit, you didn't get credit for that hit?
Oh, I did. The stats stood.
Oh, phew.
Yeah. But yeah, it was a forfeit in the end, and I don't recall. The Indians actually may have been tied with the Rangers. I don't recall what the score was, but in the end, the forfeit handed it to Texas. What else is new? 3 balls and a strike on Tony Kemp. And the 1-out walk. Tony Kemp aboard. He had struck out his first at bat. Top of the order, George Springer coming to the plate.
Stepping in now for Houston, number 4, George Springer.
George got it started back in the 1st inning. Had a base hit to left field and then scored on a double by Alex Bregman. High off the wall in left center field. Quickly 1-0 Houston. That stood until the bottom of the 3rd inning. In a very unusual inning. We'll just say the Indians put 4 on the board. Led it 4-1. They have extended that. With a base hit in the 1st inning, Springer's hit in 5 straight. David Paulino made his major league debut today, working 3 innings, allowing 4 hits and 4 runs, all earned, a couple of walks. Didn't strike out anybody and needed 70 pitches to get through 3. Kemp aboard with 1 out. George takes a strike. It's 2-1. Fouled back. Boy, this time catching the partition right at the booth where Robert Ford sits. He was in deep trouble on that ball.
Yeah, I was coming in hot. Oh.
You know, we're getting creative ways to say that 4 runs went on the board for the Indians in the 3rd inning. Ground ball left side. That's past Ramirez and down the line. Kemp digging for 3rd. He's going to be held there by Gary Pettis. Into second base, George Springer. And a very tough play for Ramirez. It is a double. So the Astros have runners at 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. And Alex Bregman coming to the plate.
Good job clearing out that front side to turn on that fastball. Hit it hard. Some top spin, shot right past Jose Ramirez. That's a tough play at 3rd base.
27th double for Springer. Infield in at the corners, back at short and second. We get a base hit right now, put a pair of runs on the board.
Tie it up. Oh, wait, never mind. Sorry. Still a little jaded.
Yeah, I'm seeing your point. Ground ball left side. That's a fair ball over the bag. Bregman is thrown out 5-3. Kemp scores on the play. So Bregman picks up an RBI, makes it 6-3 now. And still at second base is George Springer.
Good job of picking up an RBI. Of course, we'd love to see a double, 2-run score, but take those runs when you can get them.
Yeah, just making the contact right there. Just a chance to add another run, put it on the board. And now Altuve coming to the plate. Jose's 0 for 2 today. Hit it pretty well as he fly deep to right field in the first inning. Jose gets jammed as he fouls it back. For the Indians, Dan Otero loosens in their pen. There's Otero. He's had a good year with the Indians. Jam shot again, popped. Bauer calling and takes it in front of his first baseman as Santana goes on by. That'll do it for the Astros in the 5th inning. They do pick up a run, tightening things a bit. It's 6-3 Indians.
Follow us at Root Sports SW so you can vote in the poll. Today's question: what was the worst game day promotion in MLB history? And these are some classics. 10-cent beer night at Cleveland, Disco Demolition night, Chicago, ball night for the Dodgers, or turn ahead the clock in 1999. And guys, ball night, very interesting choice for the Dodgers as they give everyone a free baseball. And that got ugly. They had a couple of ejections in that game and fans throwing their baseballs onto the field. They did it a couple of different times during the game. The Dodgers had to forfeit eventually late in that game. Genius.
You mean that was foreseeable? You think that somebody should have said, you know what, maybe these balls become weapons as the game goes on? There you go.
Imagine somebody chucking one from the upper tank at Dodger Stadium. I mean, that's coming in like a missile.
Wow.
Apparently Jim Joyce was one of the umpires. No, I was being deceived. Okay. Forget previous message. 1-2 the count.
I'd like to retract my original statement.
Oh my. There have been multiple mistakes made today. Sharply hit over the bag. That's a fair ball. Ramirez will dig for second base. George Springer throws his hands up. Ball's out in play area, but apparently that ball touched by a fan. Lead-off double here in the 5th inning. Turn back the clock time, huh?
No, turn ahead the clock.
Okay.
I got called up in '99, and that's when they did these uniforms, and I am incredibly thankful that I completely missed on these, because this is, oh man, the Mariner that has, and check out the sleeves.
You know what? He looks good in that.
Yeah, even Ken Griffey Jr. had a tough time pulling that one off. In case you're wondering, north, south, east, west, huh? The human compass.
I'm not sure you could design a uniform that would make him look bad. We'll just have to agree to disagree on that one.
I'm going to withhold comment.
Ramirez at second base. Nobody out. Lonnie Chisenhall comes to the plate. Freddie Rogers in his 2nd inning of work today. Yielded a pair in the 4th inning. For the Astros, Michael Feliz continues to loosen in their pen. And now 3-0. Rogers walked 2 in the 4th inning, along with yielding a couple of hits. Ball's hit hard, but way foul down the right side. Lonnie Chisenhall 1 for 2 on the day. Starting to see some heavier, darker clouds coming over the stadium.
Are you cheering for those?
No.
Stop.
It's all in the effort to report just the facts.
Thanks, Friday.
And ball 4.
Kick off your weekends at Minute Maid Park with the best fireworks show in town after every Friday night home game. The next fireworks show is a honky-tonk themed spectacular this Friday night. For more information, visit astros.com/fireworks or call 1-877-9-ASTROS.
Nobody out. Minute 1st and 2nd. Abraham Almonte at the plate has doubled and grounded into a double play. Brent Strom once again out to the mound as Feliz continues to warm. The Indians with 7 hits on the day.
It's been a rough go for Brady Rogers.
The Astros pitching has now walked 5. And we're just in the 5th inning.
And 4 of his 5 innings, leadoff man has been on.
And a lot of times you bring up a stat like that and it suddenly changes. Hasn't changed a bit here today.
It's escalating.
That major league debut for Rogers came this past Saturday. That at Texas against the Rangers. Wound up working just 2/3 of an inning and allowing 5 earned runs. One and 1 the count. Rogers from Richmond, Texas. the right field side and headed to the corner. One run will score. Two will score. Heading for third is Almonte. A two-run triple by Almonte, and it's now 8-3. And Brady Rogers finding it very tough here in the bigs.
That down and in, you really got to fight to get that ball a little bit lower, maybe in off the plate. Again, we've seen so many left-handed hitters just drop the head on a fastball down and in. Almonte did a good job of keeping it fair.
That's going to do it for Brady Rogers. The acting skip, Trey Hillman, out to the mound, and Michael Feliz will be summoned. In the fifth inning, 8-3. These Cleveland Indians lead it. Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Jack's Brewhouse Bacon Burger today at Jack in the Box. That's for a limited time only at participating restaurants. Game 4 here in Cleveland. The Astros have won 2 of the first 3, but find themselves down big 8-3 in the fifth inning and turn to the bullpen once again. Michael Feliz will come on.
Michael Feliz out there, pitched on the fifth against these Cleveland Indians. Did a great job going 2 innings in that ball game. Didn't give up a run, had 1 walk, punched out 4 through 36 pitches.
Paulino, Rogers, and now Feliz. Runner at third, infield drawn in. Still nobody out here in the fifth. Feliz pumps a strike. Tyler Naquin at the plate. Swings on the hanging breaking ball. 0-2 the count. Feliz trying to come up the ladder with the heat. Up to 94 with that one. Got him with a high heater. First out of the inning. And now the 9 spot with Chris Gimenez.
5. How about that? Orbit recognizing during that turn ahead the clock night in Seattle, they had an imposter, Marty the Mariner Martian. Just ain't right. kinds of wrong in that turn ahead game.
It's just a whole lot we're going to have to take care of after today's game.
This has been a pretty interesting game, to say the least, huh?
Have you gotten emotionally invested
No.
in this thing?
I've been unable to unplug. Heart rate hasn't come down yet.
Infield stays in. And that high heater continues to be tough to get to. Ball and a strike. And now Feliz gets in front. Another rough outing for Brady Rogers. That's back to the seats. Stays at 1-2. With yesterday's loss, the Astros fall back to 1 game under 500 on the road. Back home tomorrow night. The Cubs in for 3. Texas Rangers will follow the Cubbies. Two and 2 the count. Pitchers in that series for the Astros: Joe Musgrove, Colin McHugh, and Mike Fiers. For the Cubs, John Lester, John Lackey, and Jake Arrieta. Of course, Arrieta, the reigning National League Cy Young Award winner. Three and 2. The Indians have had doubles today from Santana, Kipnis, Almonte, and Ramirez. They've gotten a triple out of Almonte. They are yet to go deep. The Astros have hit the only home run on the day, that by Gurriel. And another strikeout. Back to back as Feliz comes on. 2 outs now. Almonte still at third base, and Santana stands in. Here's the matchups in that series coming up with the Cubs.
Gosh, that Cubs pitching staff. There was one point in this season, it was almost right around the All-Star break. I believe all 5 of their starters were at under 3 ERA. Still pitching pretty good.
Who's going to win that Cy Young Award in the National League?
Yep.
That wide open right now?
It's a pretty good one. Without Clayton Kershaw in the mix, opens up the possibilities.
He got off to such a great start, but it's been on the DL a long time. Well, the Indians now have a home run. That's going to come down way back there. 2-run shot as the leadoff man Santana hits his 30th on the year. And that extends the lead to 10-3. Hanging breaking balls will go a long ways.
Santana just unloaded on this one and pummeled it into those right field seats. Feliz looked good on those 2 punch outs on high heaters to Naquin and Jimenez. Here tries to get hit with the breaking ball and does not. See what Kyle Hendricks is doing for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, he's He's really pitched well, hasn't he?
Yeah, you don't hear much about him because all those other guys in that rotation, but that ERA at 2.07.
Two balls and a strike. Feliz comes on and strikes out Naquin and Jimenez, leaving Almonte at third base. But then Santana unloaded on one. Is that Kevin Chapman loosening in the pen?
It was. Or it is.
On the hands, shallow in center field. Bregman, the shortstop, with the play, and that'll do it for the Indians. But they add 4 runs and lead over the Astros 10-3.
Gurriel leading things off for the Astros, who's gone yard twice in 2 games. His first 2 major league home runs. The first one coming last night, a 2-run shot to bring the game just within 1 run. And he said after the game, you know, I haven't hit a home run yet. That's because my swing doesn't feel like it should at this point. He's still getting used to the major league pitchers at this level, just adjusting to everything, really, guys. But he says slowly but surely he's getting his swing back to the way it has been throughout his career. So the best may be yet to come for Yuli.
Thanks, Julia. And it has been coming here recently. The 2 home runs in the series, back-to-back ball games, and they're not cheapies. Gurriel 1 for 2 today. Had a big at bat back in the first inning. Had runners at second and third and 1 out, infield drawn in as he grounded to shortstop. That second out led to Rasmus then grounding out, and the Astros failed to get on the board. Wow. Excuse me, they picked up 1 in that frame. 2-2 the count. High fastball grounded up the middle. Solid base hit. Yuli Gurriel 2 for 3. He's aboard to lead it off here in the 6th inning as Colby Rasmus comes to the plate.
Time to Win is brought to you by Toyota. Colby Rasmus sits coming back from the DL after having that cyst removed from his ear. 7 games, 273 average, 2 home runs, and a healthy OPS at 879.
Colby has grounded out twice this afternoon. Lays off on the high fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. Batting average at .214. All you can do at this point is start coming up with some big swings. High drive.
Hey.
Deep right center field. Naquin at the wall, watches. That is out of here. 2-run shot, Colby Rasmus. There's one of your big swings. And the Astros put 2 on the board. All of a sudden 10-5 now here in the 6th. Number 15 for Colby Rasmus.
Give him a little love and he repays us. Swing.
And that's going to do it. As Trevor Bauer has been removed from the game. Wow. Towering drive. So Colby has one of those big swings immediately upon request. 10-5. We'll be right back. The Auto Group. A lot of runs can score have scored, as you see. 10-5 Cleveland on top. David Paulino got his major league debut at the start today, allowed 4 runs, 70 pitches through 3 innings. AJ Hinch has been ejected after a hideous call at home plate. And for the Indians, scoring the 2 runs on what was called a wild pitch, it was really a foul ball, and the dark clouds are coming in. And that's not a good sign right now. Colby Rasmus has gone yard. 2-run shot. And on the heels of Yuli Gurriel picking up his 2nd hit of the day, Dan Otero comes on to do the work for the Indians. Oh, and 2 the count. Marwin seemed to question that call, but then a big smile turning to laughter. Right on the hands again. Semi shift on, but the 3rd baseman Ramirez right there to make the play. First out of the inning.
The hitter for the Astros, the first baseman, A.J. Reed.
A.J. Reed will stand in, 1 for 2 today.
See those Jim Joyces rolling in?
Dark clouds, huh?
Sorry. No, just messing.
Line drive base hit. A.J. Reed has a pair of knocks. There's a good sign. Did not try to stretch this one. So he's aboard at first with one out for Jason Castro.
Catcher, Jason Castro.
Big kid, long arms, get out there on that outside pitch. Barrel it up. Well done. Good piece of hitting.
It is his 6th major league multi-hit game. First one came back on August 11th at Minnesota. Jason Castro with a ball and a strike. I think our resident meteorologist Jeff Blum sees some rain coming rather shortly here.
Yeah, there's a pretty good rain band coming this way.
Inside edge. Otero has worked the inside corner well. It's 1-2, and Castro doesn't like the call. Foul tip, and it bounces out of the glove of Jimenez. Grounds crew getting ready now as it appears to be evident that we're going to see some rain.
Ready to bounce.
Off speed, chop foul. A.J. Reed, a promising day at the plate. The Astros now have 8 hits on the afternoon, 9 for Cleveland to account for their 10 runs. Change got him. Two down, brings up the 9 spot. Tony Kemp.
Left fielder, Tony Kemp.
Just 3 strikeouts for Bauer. Or rather, now Otero picks up his first. Tony Kemp has struck out and walked. Overpowered on that fastball. Oh, to the count, 2 outs. The Astros with a run in the 1st, 4th, and 5th innings, and 2 more here in the 6th. They've hit 2 long balls today. Gurriel and Rasmus right there in the heart of the order, 4-5. Ground ball's a fair ball down at first, bobbled momentarily. But Santana gets it onto Otero, and that'll do it for the Astros. Colby Rasmus, a big swing as the Astros add 2. rains have started to come. It's not raining hard yet, but the grounds crew apparently knows what's coming. It's 10-5. The Indians lead over the Astros as we're set to go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's just not going to happen right now. Kevin Chapman was heading in from the bullpen to work here in the 6th inning. But again, with the Astros just picking up a pair of runs on the home run by Colby Rasmus, tightening the game, we are now delayed due to rain. And if Jeff Blum knows his stuff, the rain shouldn't last a long time, but it might be heavy for a while.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty good thunderstorm coming through. I talked about that rain band kind of moving a little bit northeast, but we are definitely going to get clipped by it. And hopefully that lake effect doesn't come into effect, creating a little more of a downpour, but it should be pretty good. Maybe for about a half an hour, 45 minutes. We'll have to wait and see, but they did a good job of getting that tarp out there early to protect that infield for this deluge that's about to come. And that poor man right there is going to have to endure it, but he looks prepared. But an interesting game so far. Why not involve a rain delay a little bit just to spice things up a little bit?
We will have updates for you, and first one coming within the half an hour. Meanwhile, for the time being, we send you off to Astros bases loaded. has to address this call, and number two, has to change things. They've got to make a provision for being able to review that sort of a play. That is 2 runs scoring. And by the way, to that point again that you made, 2 runs were awarded in the middle of the play. The umpires call a timeout and prevent a 3rd run from scoring. If that had been a wild pitch, for example, 3 runs could have and should have scored, not 2. Can't call timeout in the middle of a play, and yet everything went wrong in that play. And there's the ruling, Blummer, if you choose to read that, but everybody can take a look at what Major League Baseball is saying on that play.
Well, I think the last sentence of that, this is a non-reviewable play, and neither team was charged with the challenge. So that tells you right there that that foul tip that they were trying to overturn is not a reviewable play. And I agree with you, Ash. There's going to have to be some kind of recourse to correct that, because that is a rather large play in this game.
It has to change. Too much impact on today's game, and the Astros on the negative side of that impact. So we're glad you're with us. And we've got some more baseball to play. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning, 10-5 Indians. And Kevin Chapman has taken the mound, and we'll start things here in the 6th. The Astros just put 2 runs on the board in the top of this inning on the 2-run home run by Colby Rasmus. So they're battling. They're taking their swings. And now Kevin Chapman starts to work in the 6th inning. Leaves that slider up. It is the 3-hitter, Francisco Lindor, at the plate. He's 2 for 3 on the day. Those hits coming from the left side. Percy Garner is loosening in the pen now for the Indians. Two balls and a strike. We saw Kevin Chapman earlier in the series and mentioned that on his brief career he's got a walk rate of about 5.5 per 9 innings, and it has been the major issue for him. He falls immediately behind. 3 balls and a strike on Lindor. Trey Hillman again is the acting manager now, and there's your leadoff walk. So Kevin Chapman right back at that game.
Leadoff man on.
One of those numbers we've talked about today on the road trip. It has been just time and time again that the leadoff man in each inning has reached. Lindor with his speed aboard for the cleanup man, Mike Napoli. Napoli has not picked up a lot of hits in the series, but he's picked up some big ones. Ground ball up the middle. They've got a shift on. It'll go 4-6 on the force, and they get the double play. 4-6-3. Bregman completes it after taking the toss from Marwin Gonzalez. Nicely done by the defense. Second double play turned by the Astros this afternoon.
Nice play to pick up Chapman after that leadoff walk. Nice little lead from Marwin to Alex Bregman, who had a long way to go in that shift situation to get to second base. Pretty good play.
Yeah, that was not easily done, but beautifully done. 2 outs, base is empty. Jose Ramirez stands at the plate. Chapman immediately falls behind. .5-minute rain delay. And now 2-0. Some of the standard arms on this pitching staff just worn down, and we're seeing some of the guys that have come up from the minors getting some work in, and they've been touched up.
The reason that bullpen is beat up a little bit and those arms are tired is because the Astros in the last now 8 outings, I believe, have yet to get a starting pitcher go past the 5th inning. And only 2 have gotten to the 5th inning.
And it's devastating on bullpens. David Paulino had his major league debut with a start today and lasted just 3 innings. Got roughed around a bit. Reed over, and whiffs on this pop fly that landed on the field of play. A.J. Reed has come up with a couple of hits today, but that pop fly certainly exposed him defensively.
Yeah, I wonder if he thought he was feeling that railing that you see right there. Still had plenty of room to go over there and make that play and pick up Chapman.
Ground ball left side. Bregman at shortstop makes the play, and that'll do it. Just 3 come to the plate despite the walk to start the inning. We played 6, 10-5 Indians.
Thanks to all who voted. At Root Sports SW is where you can find our poll questions. Today, what was the worst game day promotion in Major League history? 39% of you say Disco Demolition Night, which was pretty rough. But man, there's some great stories from all of these, right, guys?
Yeah, I guess probably more than a lot of people would like having told. I was there for 10-cent beer night.
We want to hear them.
Now, you've heard a few.
We've got time.
And they're not that pretty. Julia, what's your favorite of those?
Because of your stories. The 10-cent beer.
You're going to go with that one, huh?
Fantastic.
Yeah. At the old ballpark here in Cleveland.
Pretty much had everything.
You know, maybe that's why the Browns have had some tough times in recent years. Is that new stadium right on top of the site where the Indians and Browns used to play?
I mean, who wouldn't want to watch or go to a ball game that involved drinking, foul language, and nudity?
Well, we know your preferences now.
What a ball game.
George Springer will lead it off here in the 7th inning. Springer has a single and a double. He scored a run. Right-hander Percy Garner working it for these Indians. Three balls and no strikes on Springer. Well, I don't know if anybody's been exposed more than you today, Blummer, with that statement. Strike called. It's 3-1.
Good choice of words.
Game 4 of 4 here in Cleveland. And the Astros need a big comeback to make it 3 out of 4 in this series. George Springer draws the leadoff walk, and that's a good start.
There you go. Is that you charging the field?
That was another one of those Bill Beck uniform nights, apparently. You couldn't show everything that went on that night on 10 cent beer night. People started coming down like a bad cartoon with just mobs of people coming onto the field. Alex Bregman takes a strike.
At least avoided all the mass explosions that Disco Demolition had.
Yeah. That sounds like a good idea.
You weren't a disco guy?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't?
I'm not going to impugn any style of music, at least at the moment while we're on the air. Line drive to the gap in right center field. Alex Bregman at it again. His second hit of the day. Ball goes to the wall. Takes on a lake in between. Springer will score. And into third base, RBI double. Alex Bregman make that triple. So Alex Bregman has a double and a triple today. And the Astros make it 10-6 and have another run down there 90 feet away.
We've seen this act before. This happened back in the first inning. Alex Bregman driving in. George Springer, good line drive the other way. And yeah, once that thing gets on the warning track, there is plenty of water to slow that thing down.
George Springer again among the leaders in the league now in runs scored. Scores his second run of the game, 106 on the season. Don't know how the fishing is out there, but it was tough coming up with the baseball. Jose Altuve coming to the plate. And I think the Indians understand right now that the Astros are trying to make a game out of this thing. Andrew Miller gets loose in that pen for the Indians. Nobody out here in the inning. Bregman at third for Altuve. And Jose's looking for his first hit of the day. 0 for 3 as he stands in. Batting average has taken a dive down to 342. If you can do such a thing. Offers on the first pitch, nowhere near the strike zone.
To give us a chance to look at our Lexus defensive rankings. And this does not take into account Lakeshore Drive out there on the warning track. These guys didn't bring their hip waders, but they're battling through it. Yellow lights on all of them. Not sure if it's a medium depth fly ball. We'll see Alex Bregman testing those arms out there. Almonte actually had a pretty good throw. I believe it was today.
Altuve rolls over one, grounds it foul. 0-2 the count. Boy, Alex Bregman just looks so impressive now. Getting a chance to play at shortstop with Carlos Correa back in Houston. And hopefully we see Carlos tomorrow. Altuve down on strikes, offering on that slider. That's out number 1. And that is not Jose Altuve.
No, but it just gives you an idea how humbling baseball can be. As good as Altuve's been, he has not been that good of late. Just going through it right now.
Yuli Gurriel stands in. 2 for 3 on his day. He is homered and singled. Scored a pair of runs. Came into the series with no home runs in the big leagues. Now has a pair. And this is a spot where you've got to get that run in from third. Here in the inning, the leadoff walk to Springer. He scores on the triple by Bregman. That must be a filthy slider.
I was going to say, we just saw Altuve, a very good hitter, missed one by quite a bit, and that Gurriel missed that one pretty good too.
One and 2 now the count. Colby Rasmus waits on deck. That fastball in the dirt gets away, and coming from third base, Bregman to score. And there's your 7th run, 2nd in the inning. It's now 10-7 as the Astros battle back.
Should we handicap this game?
Yeah, I want to
take those 2 runs off the board, make it 8-7.
We're supposed to be the ones to explain this game, and I'm not sure that works.
Yeah, we've been tested, but nonetheless, the Astros refuse to back down.
And now Gurriel down on strikes. 2nd strikeout of the inning. It's up to Colby Rasmus. Skip is coming out. Terry Francona heading toward the mound. And you would assume that the left-hander Andrew Miller is the guy coming in as we watch Garner depart. We're in the top of the 7th inning, a couple of outs. It's a 3-run game now, 10-7 Indians.
Astros trailing 7-10 to the Cleveland Indians. The Astros Foundation and Root Sports are excited to host the Astros Foundation charity game tomorrow, September 9th. Fans can purchase bags that include tickets to a 2017 game, autographed merchandise, and more. Proceeds benefit USO Houston and the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston. Learn more at astros.com/charitygame.
You'll be able to call in and actually come up with some of the items without being at the ballpark. Julia's going to be a big part of that. Bill Brown, obviously, as we get back home. Kevin Eschenfelder. Yeah, if you want to meet Kevin Eschenfelder and find out what he really looks like, you have your chance. Andrew Miller takes the mound. A 3-run game now in the 7th inning. Lefties have had a real rough time. Therefore, A.J. Hinch turns to the bench now. Teoscar Hernandez will pinch hit for Colby Rasmus. Colby wound up 1 for 3 on the day. That 6th inning home run. That was a 2-run drive and a big one that gave the Astros runs 4 and 5 on the afternoon. Got some sun actually coming out. Shadows on the field. Two balls, no strikes. Marwin Gonzalez waits on deck. Teoscar tries to get one to drive. Each team with 9 hits. It has been a strange one this afternoon. And now 2-2. Teoscar came on as a pinch hitter in last night's game, went 0 for 1. Chops one right side. Santana to the bag, and that'll do it. The Astros do add 2, however. And it's now 10-7 Indians.
At Minute Maid Park, get your tickets by visiting Astros.com or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. I am on the concourse. Ash, you told me to check out the eats, so I found Melt. It's very local, very, very popular. Gourmet grilled cheese sandwiches, and they sell a new sandwich this year called the Parmageddon. It won all kinds of awards. The best sandwich by USA Today at a ballpark. It's got potato and onion pierogi, fresh Napa vodka kraut, sauteed onions, and sharp cheddar. The Parmageddon. Sounds good, doesn't it, guys?
It does, Julia. Thanks. Yeah, our producer, Carl Patterson, was going to take us to Melt. I don't know what happened there. We were left to our own devices, and that didn't work out so well.
I don't think we had time.
Maybe that's true.
All these night games.
You didn't have to throw logic into the mix.
Well, I just don't want Carl to feel bad because he hooked us up that first time coming through here with them. They were good, too.
Yeah, you're right about that. Sensitive type you. Rajai Davis comes on as a pinch hitter. You are a bleeding heart, you know that?
Driving the bus all over everybody today.
Rajai pinch hitting for Lonnie Chisenhall.
So when he invites me next time and not you, you'll know why.
So you want me to start applying logic to it at that point, right?
There's some people in this ballpark that haven't used logic.
That's a fact. Some wearing blue today. 3-0 the count as Chapman falls behind. I don't blame the umpires actually as much as Major League Baseball and the rule that stands in the way of reviewing the play we're referring to. You can't review a questionable did he foul it or not scenario. And it was huge in the game. 2 runs for the Indians scored without any logic. Bregman with the play in the first out. Greater coverage of baseball is brought to you by T-Mobile. Now the Cubs coming into Houston Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's tomorrow. Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, Addison Russell, and they bring with them some great numbers on the year.
Yeah, they do. That's a pretty powerful trio. Gosh, that 221 run differential is pretty impressive. They've got great pitching, great offense.
Have they been the best team in baseball this year?
Yes. It took me a second to think about it.
Yeah, I noticed. Not sure I got all the question out, but that's fine. Chapman falls behind 1-0 as Abraham Almonte stands in. One of those 4 switch hitters in the starting lineup for these Indians. One and one the count. I'm not sure what's going on, but I've had some internet issues here as the chopper goes foul.
What are you looking for?
Oh, I don't know.
I found it.
Tell me in between innings, okay?
Okay.
One ball, 2 strikes. You're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Chopper back toward the mound. Chapman on it. Out number 2. In the National League Central, where the Cubs reside, take a look at that lead over the Cardinals, 15 and a half. Well, the Pirates have just come apart at the seams.
Happened right after that series the Astros had up there in Pittsburgh. Yeah, that thing's been sealed up for a while. I believe it's either 9 or 10 games is the magic number for those Cubs.
Cincinnati Reds have not had a season to remember. Brandon Guyer at the plate now. This is the spot of Tyler Naquin, who went 0 for 2, did draw a walk, steal a bag, and score a run. One and one the count. Chapman brings it. Line drive, and that's gloved at third base by Gurriel. Right in the webbing. A 1-2-3 inning. We've played 7. It's 10-7. Indians lead it.
The Astros here in the top of the 8th inning, and Houston Methodist is going to bring us our league leaders. There was a lot of conversation yesterday about Jeff Bagwell, and we came up with some numbers. This is WAR leaders all time at first base, and you had to play at least half your career at first base to qualify on this list, and this is according to Baseball Reference's WAR value. And Jeff Bagwell, how about that? 4th on that list at 79.6. Some good names on there: Lou Gehrig, Jimmy Fox.
Well, that is very impressive.
Just to give you an idea, looking towards next year, possible Hall of Fame for Jeff Bagwell.
Marwin Gonzalez leads off here in the 8th inning. The Astros down 3 runs. Yeah, you consider some of the defensive WAR included in those numbers. Rafael Palmeiro won a Gold Glove one year when I think he played less than 20 games at first base. So no doubt he was the
That was an all-inclusive number.
Yeah,
You know, it takes into account the base running.
Yep.
Everything.
Well, the base running's going to come out on the offensive WAR numbers. Yeah, so then you factor in defense as well. But Jeff Bagwell played the game so well. Marwin backs away, takes strike 3. That starts the 8th inning.
That's what you're talking about, Ash.
Yeah, offensive WAR. Bagwell 6th. So you get Frank Thomas a little more in the conversation at that point. Albert Pujols. That is all time. Start blowing by Willie McCovey. Anybody who played first. It doesn't matter how much. But man.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, it creates that argument.
This is A.J. Reed's spot in the order. Tyler White has grabbed a bat to face the lefty. Tyler had some really vicious swings when he came on as a pinch hitter yesterday, and starting to get some much better swings. Tyler hitting .211, American League Player of the Week for week 1 this year. Boy, that's kind of amazing to reflect back. The Astros opened in New York against the Yankees. It was cold. Opening day was cold. It rained out. Tyler takes a strike. It's 2-1. Evan Gattis has a bat waiting on deck. The Astros left New York winning 1 out of the 3 games, headed on to Siberia. You saw the photos from Milwaukee. Two and 2. Left-hander Andrew Miller, former Yankee. Tyler fouls that ball off the lead leg.
Shin guard worked.
It's Brian Shaw now. Now let me see. Loosening in the pen for the Indians. Yes, that is Brian Shaw out there. Fastball taken for strike 3 at 95 miles an hour. Tyler White caught looking, second out of the inning, both strikeouts. And now it's Evan Gattis
for you Wednesday, July.
for Jason Castro.
Jeff Bagwell put up some impressive numbers over his career. We're looking at some of the sabermetric numbers, trying to help him out and convince some of these riders who have forgotten about him a little bit. And that was just the beginning. A little bit narrower stance throughout the years. Jeff Bagwell spread out a little bit more, but yet continued to drive the baseball all over the place. And we got to take into account too, he probably would have had well over 500 home runs if he was not playing or starting his career in the Astrodome.
What an impressive player, and he was an impressive guy on those clubs. I think Jeff Bagwell, along with Bish, guys that were always looked to for the leadership.
And Jeff wasn't one of those vocal guys that would come in there, rah-rah everybody up or scream at you to put you in your place. He just led by example. Played the game professionally, hustled every chance he had, laid out, got dirty, made plays. In the clubhouse, he was always one of the first guys at the clubhouse, one of the last to leave.
Did that become the expectation that guys would follow his lead in time?
Why would you not want to be Jeff Bagwell is the question or be like Jeff Bagwell was the question I asked myself. I didn't want him to look at me and feel that he had to say something. I just wanted him to understand that he led the way and that I was going to fall in place. And you know what? It was partly his team. And I wanted to go over there and play as hard as he did. I didn't want to be that weak link or be that one that was perceived to not get along with the program because they were playing good, hard baseball.
When you were playing on other clubs and faced the Astros, what did you find yourself noticing about Jeff Bagwell?
Well, you put your head down. I played shortstop and third base, and, you know, he'd drive a ball that wouldn't get all the way to the gap. I go over to cover second base, and all of a sudden Bagwell comes sliding into that dirt pit and the big O. So, you know, I was like, wow, this guy's on it. You know, he didn't give up on the play, beat the throw to second base. Then you see him going from first to third all the time. I mean, you forget, he stole, I think, like, what, 200 bags? I mean, he was doing it all. But he picked his spots. He wasn't one of those guys that you'd go out there in a foot race and he'd blow the doors off you. He had to do it with the intellect of the game.
Well, that was his 30th stolen base in a 30-30 season. He always played the game right. And he wasn't just one of those guys where you said, well, he's giving you all he's got. All he had was better than other guys around him.
Yeah. You just try and match the level of work ethic when you're on a team like Jeff Bagwell.
Bryan Shaw, by the way, is now the new right-hander for the Indians, facing Evan Gattis. Yeah, I don't think you could say enough great things about Jeff Bagwell. I mean, he was that good. We'll see if Gattis stays on and does the catching here. That would seem likely. 2 outs, nobody on here in the 8th inning. The Astros down 3. And now 3-0. Shaw's had a couple of, or make that the save in yesterday's game. Brings a strike. It's 3-1. And now 3-2 on Evan Gattis. Shaw fell behind 3-0. Tony Kemp waits on deck. Down the right field side, toward the line goes Almonte to make the catch, and deep down in the corner. So just reaching out, Evan Gattis able to drive it almost out of here. To the bottom of the 8th, 10-7. Presented by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By the Magnificent Seven, in theaters September 23rd. And by Toyota. Let's go places. And some rain in the area. 55-minute rain delay today. The Indians in a very unusual game, leading 10-7. And a few of the folks have hung around. Go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Kevin Chapman on now for a 3rd inning of work. Just a few of the peaks around the ballpark. This is the site of sellout after sellout for the Indians in some of what really should be called heydays for the Cleveland Indians. Kevin Chapman in front, 0-2 on the count.
Yeah, they were a very good ball club through those 90s.
455 consecutive sellouts. And now they're having a tough time catching back on with the crowds. Despite playing extremely well this year. We mentioned earlier the 14-game winning streak for the Indians this year. And it's led to a record of 80-58. Two and two, Chris Gimenez, the 9-hitter at the plate. For the Astros in the 9th, it's 9-1-2 coming up. Gimenez waves through it. He's down on strikes.
Pretty good job by Chapman, sticking in this game a little bit longer. Good change up for the punch out.
Top of the order now. Carlos Santana, switch hitter at the plate. Doubled and homered today, also drawn a walk, taking a strike. Closer Cody Allen loosening in the pen for the Tribe. Big key for Kevin Chapman, being able to get ahead and simply throw strikes. Fastball popped on the right side. This is a tough play. Tyler White going back, but called off by Marwin, who makes the play. And Marwin had to come all the way from behind second base.
It was a great play, too. Tough play for Tyler White going back. Got picked up by Marwin.
Jason Kipnis comes to the plate. 1 for 3, a double. He's also drawn a walk. Scored run number 2 for the Indians back in the 3rd inning. That was the inning that got completely out of control. Indians put 4 on the board in that frame. They also added 4 in the 5th inning, but in that 3rd inning, that highly contested call on what was ruled a wild pitch should have been a foul ball, and led to a couple of runs for Cleveland. Two and one on Kipnis. Chapman leaves that slider in, but a swing and a miss. So as it stands, it's Kemp, Springer, and Bregman coming up. Strike 3 called. That'll do it for the Indians. A 1-2-3 8th inning. Kevin Chapman pitching well. To the 9th we go. 10-7.
Astros, and Jack in the Box is going to take us inside the box score. Some good young shortstops around the major leagues. Carlos Correa leading that list, obviously because he's a Houston Astro and won Rookie of the Year last year. But Corey Seager, Francisco Lindor, Xander Bogaerts, Addison Russell, you have a chance to see him play this weekend in Houston. Trevor Story, before getting hurt, was just bashing the baseball. Aledmys Diaz did a great job too. Those are some fine young names out there.
You know, Lindor's had a really good series, but Carlos Correa has made really the defensive gems in the series. But you can watch this group of shortstops all day long.
Yeah, they're two different body types. Still equally as amazing, making hyper athletic plays on defense, showing some of that baseball savvy, and they can swing it too.
I'm not buying into anybody who says Carlos Correa doesn't have range. Here we go, ninth inning. 3 runs down. The Astros started with Tony Kemp against the closer Cody Allen. Allen misses on that first offering. 15,275 the crowd today, and at the day game that's the largest of the 4-game series. Third baseman Ramirez drawn in on the grass. Hit hard to center field. Rajai Davis there to make the play. Tony Kemp stung it. And that's all you can do. That's out number 1.
Cody Allen picked up his 25th save last night. Good ERA, that whip right around 1. Right-hander's having a tough time. We saw him elevate that fastball. Wasn't afraid to go to it against some of these tough Astro hitters.
Pitcher number 6 on the afternoon for the Indians. The Astros have used 4. Breaking ball in for a called strike. George Springer. 2 for 3. Single and double. He's walked. He's scored a pair of runs. Has a good swing as he fouls it back. 0-2 the count. Allen had a fastball last night that he was leaving up, and hitters were having next to an impossible time getting to it. Not quite that far up.
I was going to say he climbed the ladder, but that's a little excessive.
David Paulino at his major league debut today. Didn't turn out the way he would like. 3 innings, 4 runs against him, all earned. Late swing on the slider, and Springer down on strikes. 2 down, bases empty for Alex Bregman. So the Astros down to an out. Alex Bregman has had another nice day. A double and a triple. He's driven in a pair. Make that 3 RBIs today for Alex. Ducks under the slider that gets away. Bregman now with 30 ribbies. Two and 0 the count.
Yeah, he's picked up those RBIs rather quickly too.
Bregman just in his 41st game, 30 RBIs. Offering on the 2-0. That's interesting. But he's been swinging it so well.
2-0 fastball. He thought he could go get it. Why not?
Jimenez, it's chewed up a bit on that foul tip. Count even at 2-2.
Got him a couple times, didn't it?
The fastball of Allen's just seems to ride in there. Hitters tend to be under it time and time again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's creating deception with the delivery plus the fastball, but definitely does not look like a comfortable swing against that fastball.
The 2-2. Bregman just gets a piece to stay alive. Got to get this to Gurriel if the Astros are to have a shot to tie this game. For that same location, 3 pitches here on Bregman.
The slider is going to try and climb the ladder on him.
Breaking ball freezes him. And that'll do it. A couple of strikeouts in a 1-2-3 ninth inning for Cody Allen as he picks up the save. And the Indians split the series in winning the last 2 games. And it's a big one for the Indians. Obviously a big one as it gets away from the Astros. 10-7 that final this afternoon. It's the last peek we'll have of Francisco Lindor. Very good looking player. These Indians a good club with solid pitching. Again, that final this afternoon. Indians 10, the Astros 7.